All right, let's go.
On May 8th, 2021, a woman
Four missing persons found alive on video.
named Stanley Parable was driving down the Packer Drive Northeast Road alongside the Rogue River in Belmont, Michigan. She and her two roommates were on their way back after a night out, and they were all in a cheerful mood. However, their smiles quickly...
Dude, you know what I do sometimes, man? Whenever I drive down a road like this, right? Sometimes I'll turn my lights off completely just to see how dark it is, just for a split second. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, double audio? That's weird. Okay.
Vanished as they stumbled onto a horrifying scene. At around 2:30 a.m., while driving near the Rogue Hollow Court, one of the passengers spotted a strange figure lurking by the side of the road. This encounter was extremely terrifying, but it also sparked the group's curiosity, and after some deliberation, they decided to turn around, and this is what they then came across.
What the
Stop. No,
Stop.
I'm not. No. Hell no.
What the
They were soaked.
They saw what looked like a young woman drenched from head to toe as if she had just crawled out of the nearby river. She also looked like she was crying, banging her head on the road and waving for help. Mali posted the video of this encounter on TikTok, and it
That's fucking scary. Would you guys stop? I wouldn't. I mean, I'd call the police. I'd call the police, but there ain't no way I'm stopping.
went viral, leading people to come up with all sorts of
that looks like a
theories
fucking
about
skinwalker.
ghosts, spirits, etc. However, as wild as the theories got, Mali later posted several videos shutting them down and revealing what really happened. According to her, they kept circling back and driving past the disturbed woman several times after recording the first video to make sure she was okay. While none of them had the nerve to get out of the car and approach her, they did call the cops and waited nearby until help arrived. The woman was then taken to a nearby hospital where she was treated for cold exposure. As it turns out, she somehow fell into the Rogue River from the east side and swam across it onto the road.
Yep, she had to have come up out of the water. Yep, there's a dig spot there. So she came up from down there. That's had to have been why she was so wet.
I don't know.
This was the spot that she had left. I don't know why or what was going on.
After regaining some composure, she also revealed that the woman was from Kalamazoo, a town that's over 60 miles from where she was found. However, she had no recollection of how she got to Belmont and fell in a river so far away from home. From what we know, she was most likely experiencing a severe mental break, where her memory gap was caused by a rare condition known as fugue state, something we covered in our previous video on the most disturbing mental disorder.
Dude, fugue state is no joke. I'm pretty sure that's the one where you like legit have amnesia and you like completely forget who you are as a person.
For those who don't know, a fugue state is a rare condition where a person suddenly loses their memory and starts acting like someone else. They might wander off, travel long distances, or do things completely out of character without realizing anything is wrong. It's usually triggered by extreme stress or trauma, and once it's over, the person often has no memory of what happened. And while
Xeno Peepo feels dead air. There's no dead air. What are you talking about? I paused the video to give my opinion. What are you talking about? Are you even watching?
this condition is quite rare, all the signs suggest that's exactly what happened to this mysterious woman from Kalamazoo, especially since the authorities later found her car parked behind a random house just east of the river. She likely drove to that neighborhood on her own but had zero memory of doing so, which fits perfectly with the known symptoms of fugue state. Mali also shared her video in a local Facebook group, hoping to find more answers about what went down. Unfortunately, the responses she received weren't as helpful as she'd hoped, since most people in the neighborhood believed the screaming and noises were just the sounds of a wild animal, like a coyote. But there were a few responses that deepened the mystery. Like this one person who remembered meeting her earlier that same night, stating, "Saw this person between Van Dam and Packer Woods around 10:15 p.m. Friday. Asked her if she needed help, to which she responded no. Another person also mentioned hearing about a woman walking into his neighbor's house, yelling hello 3 times and then leaving on her own.
What the
And
fuck?
while this added further evidence supporting the fugue state theory, these
That's
responses
so
still left a
weird.
key question unanswered. Who was she? Malie tried to contact both the police and the hospital for answers, but despite her insistence, both the police officers and the hospital staff refused to reveal her real name. That said, we still have enough information to make an educated guess. Based on everything I could uncover, the mysterious woman in this unsettling video was most likely Mei Zhou. She was a 28-year-old Chinese woman who went missing from Kalamazoo on May 6, 2021. Before her disappearance, she told her friends that she felt like she was being followed by a stalker she met online. Unfortunately, these are the only details about her case that were made public. I couldn't find any clear answers on whether the stalker was real or if she was just overwhelmed by paranoia. In either case, the constant fear and stress of feeling watched likely drove her to slip into some variation of the fugue state we discussed earlier. Hopefully she received the mental help she desperately needed and is now in a better mental state than she once was.
There was this one video we watched where this guy was in a fugue state and he lost his memory for like some crazy amount of time, like 30 years or some shit like that. It was insane. Why do you... Okay. Where do you guys get this from? Wait. It's, where do you guys... After watching Zeppla HQ, MTQ captures Drake Nests, Savix, Matsue Zelka, Jesse Cox, Wolfie, 14 YouTube videos, YouTube recommend me your stream. Where do you get that from? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that they recommend you to the stream, but where do you get that? Like, what? No one said that. A YouTube chatter said that. You know, Twitch chatters aren't the only chatters. Oh, it's a bot. Okay. Oh, so now you are reading YouTube chat. I always read YouTube chat. What the... Dude, you guys are fucking stupid. I always read both chats. I have the fucking chat up right here. What? Look at this. Mari Kieran, thank you for the resub. Over 3 years, 37 months. Thank you very much for the resub. You know, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I am really craving a monster, and I have one upstairs, but I have to not drink it yet. I have to finish my food and finish my drink. Then I'm going to drink it. Okay.
Tracking down a missing person can be an extremely daunting task, but tracking down a person's personal information often isn't. For example, just by knowing your name and the town or city you live in, I could probably find out your address, phone number, make and model of your car, who your relatives are, and much more. This is because data brokers collect all our information, package it, and sell it to whoever wants it. It can cost someone less than $1 to purchase this information about you.
13 months.
Most people buying this information aren't trying to find missing persons. They're probably scammers or stalkers.
Yo, you guys know about that shit?
If you don't believe me, Google yourself right now and see what comes up. Thankfully, with my sponsor Aura, this type of thing can be prevented.
Know about that?
They can identify data brokers who are selling my information without my permission and automatically submit opt-out requests on my behalf.
You know about that, dude?
You can keep an eye on your opt-out request progress in your Aura account while they work.
What do you guys think about your camera being active when it's not like turned on? You know, I walk naked in front of my camera quite a bit. You guys do that? You turn it away? Yeah. I don't. I just leave it on. I let him watch. That's probably going to come back to bite me, dude. Next thing, in like a couple years, you're gonna see like a fucking, you're gonna see a peach pick. Yeah. Nah, but you guys know that, man. Like the fucking, like the camera Some people say it's on even though it's off. Yeah. And then companies will like sell your data and shit for money.
Remove your information. Give it a few weeks and you'll stop seeing your data on these sites when you search for yourself, helping to reduce spam. Aura can also continuously monitor the dark web and alert me if they find my personal information exposed. They let you know fast if anyone tries to use this information to access your credit or bank accounts. Plus, they give up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. The Aura app also has a VPN with 100+ virtual...
It's going to be a peach with 2 toothpicks sticking out of the bottom of it. Get the fuck out of here.
Locations. Does your current VPN have all these other features too? You can go to my link, aura.com/chillingscares to try 14 days for free. That'll be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. In June of 2024, streamer Lacey and his friend Clicks were doing an IRL live stream in Miami, Florida. The two were simply going around town and having fun. What they didn't realize was that this stream would end up saving someone's life. It happened a few hours into the stream when they sat down at the Starlight Hotel Cafe for lunch. As they waited to order, a guy walked up to their table wearing nothing but neon green shorts. Lacey and Clicks initially assumed he was just another fan eager to talk to his favorite streamers, a pretty typical scenario for popular IRL streamers.
I don't know these streamers.
Something about this young man didn't sit right. He was trying to keep a conversation going, but his words were slurred, and nothing he said really made sense.
Hey, are you sparring, bro? Are you sparring? Yo, you good, bro? Good what?
The streamers figured he was either drunk or on some kind of drugs. For content, they started poking fun at him a bit before shifting their focus back to their stream. But the guy continued to linger around, acting very odd and saying unintelligible sentences for the next half hour or so before finally leaving them for good. The streamer simply labeled it as an odd interaction from someone under the influence of something or another and continued on with their stream. Lacey later uploaded an edited down version of this stream on his YouTube channel. And that's when he got an email that made him realize the significance of what they had just caught on camera. 2 days after this video went up, Lacey received an email from a man named Trent claiming to be the brother of the guy seen in green shorts. It read, "Hello, my name is Trent Coleman, and my missing little brother from Michigan was on Clicks and Lacey's stream in Miami. He was wearing green shorts and they were making fun of him. He is not on drugs, he is schizophrenic, and he is 17 years old. If someone can contact me about this, I would be so thankful. He has been missing for 3 months, and his case was put on homicide in Michigan." In most cases, emails like these are just trolls trying to mess with creators. However, after some research, Lacey discovered that Trent was actually telling the truth and posted this new development on Twitter stating, 3 months ago, a 17-year-old kid went missing and was put on homicide. Yesterday on stream, he came up to me and Clicks, and now his family knows he is alive and in Miami. I wasn't sure if I should make this public, but I'm hoping somehow this helps him be found for his family." In a reply to his tweet, Lacey also attached an article that provided additional details about the case. Apparently, the teenager's name was Troy Coleman, and he had been missing from his home in Michigan since May of 2024. According to the article, Troy was last seen in Mount Morris Township around 9:30 a.m. on May 17th.
Dude, that's gotta be crazy, man. Like, dealing with someone with, like, schizophrenia. That's gotta be insane.
He had somehow traveled from Michigan all the way to Miami.
Literally insane.
No medication, no money, and no clear explanation of how he got there. This was extremely concerning considering Troy's lack of vital medication for his schizophrenia was known to cause serious hallucinations.
Dude, I'm gonna be real, man. If I was ever in a situation, I would just leave. I would just, like, leave, man.
And reappearance only deepened the mystery. With no leads and no logical explanation, Michigan police were left so baffled that they even began investigating his case as a potential homicide. So, the fact that Troy randomly appeared on Lacey and Clicks' stream and his brother just so happened to be watching that stream was nothing short of a miracle. But somehow, the coincidences keep piling up, and what happened next made the whole situation even stranger. While Troy was still on stream, another young fan approached the two streamers and tried to strike up a conversation. However, before he could even introduce himself, Troy interrupted them again and started saying something to the younger fan. He was still talking incoherently, which made the streamers even more uncomfortable and confused about his intentions. During this time, he also gave the younger fan the styrofoam cup he was holding. The young boy quickly took a sip of whatever was in the cup and walked away. Lacey's cameraman...
What the fuck? You're just gonna take a drink of some random shit?
Noticed the exchange and immediately pointed it out to the streamer. By now, they were convinced that Troy was on drugs, and that raised a serious concern. Had he just given the kid something laced? Not wanting to ignore it, Lacey decided to confront Troy, asking him directly what was in the cup. But to their surprise, Troy's answer was a lot more coherent than expected. He simply stated that it was just a soft drink from Beacon Hotel.
What was in the drink?
Kidding.
What was in that drink?
In the drink?
Yeah. You gave it to him.
It was Coke from Beacon Hotel.
Like Coca-Cola? Making sure. You gave it to the kid.
I gave it to a kid.
This coincidental interaction gave authorities the crucial lead they needed. Troy was, in fact, staying at the very hotel he had mentioned. From there, it didn't take long for investigators to track...
Dude, how did he stay in a Dude, okay. How the fuck? How did he stay at a hotel? Did he have money? He didn't look like he had any money.
Down Troy and reunite him with his family, who are overjoyed to have him back. In a later interview with People.com, Troy's father, Weston Coleman, shared even more heartbreaking details of what Troy went through. According to him, Troy actually wanted to visit Florida to find and meet celebrities. He did his research online and saved up as much money as he could before setting off. Troy made it to Atlanta by bus, but that's where things took a turn for the worst. During his stay in Atlanta, he was robbed of everything he had. Left with nothing, he traveled the rest of the way to Miami completely broke. Despite the hardship...
Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Why the fuck are you gonna let a 17-year-old travel like across the country to meet celebrities alone? Alone. And then he gets robbed. Why didn't he call or something? This story is insane.
His family was ultimately glad that he was still alive and well, with his father stating, "I'm just glad he's alive at this point and now can't believe we found him. We all feel a lot better." And
did he just sneak out? Did he say he snuck out?
Hotel he had mentioned. From there, it didn't take long for investigators to track down Troy and reunite him with his family, who were overjoyed to
Maybe I
have him
missed
back.
that part.
In a later interview with People.com, Troy's father, Weston Coleman, shared even more heartbreaking details of what Troy went through. According to him, Troy actually wanted to visit Florida to find and meet celebrities. He did his research online and saved up as much money as he could before setting off. Troy made it to Atlanta by bus, but that's where things took a turn for the worse.
They didn't say it.
During his stay in Atlanta, he was robbed of everything he had. Left with nothing, he traveled the rest of the way to Miami completely broke. Despite the hardship, his family was ultimately glad that he was still alive and well, with his father stating, "I'm just glad he's alive at this point and now can't believe we found him. We all feel a lot better and we thank everybody." From what I can find, that Troy's been living with his family in Michigan ever since and has managed to stay out of any more trouble.
Damn, that story's crazy, man.
On August 3...
Hold on, you said it was written in the article on stream? Maybe I'm just being stupid. Oh, Troy who vanished after saying he was going to the store. Okay, so he lied about where he was going. Okay. I don't know, man. Look, man, I don't have kids, but dude, I mean, all right. If I know someone is schizophrenic, I'm not trusting them to do anything on their own. That's me. I mean, like if I'm like living with them and you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I'm not in that situation, so I'm ignorant to it. But doesn't that seem sus to you? Doesn't that seem a little weird? Like, think about it, man. You have a person you love and you know they have schizophrenia and they have like mental disorder, and you're going to let them just leave the house alone? Like, to me, that sounds weird. To me, like, that something about that doesn't seem right. But you know what? I don't know. I've never dealt with someone with that, so who knows, man? You know, who knows? Who knows? Anyway, crazy story.
40-year-old on August
yeah,
3,
like
2013.
Just like from the outside, but we don't know the full story. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems sus to me. But anyway.
40-year-old James DiMaggio.
Anyway, I mean, I don't really know much about the
Christina
situation.
Anderson and her two kids, 8-year-old Ethan and 16-year-old Hannah, over to his home in Boulevard, California. He claimed it was just a farewell visit before moving to Texas. And this wasn't anything unusual. James had been a close friend with both Christina and her husband Brett for quite some time, and was like an uncle to the kids. And since Brett was away for a 3-month job in Tennessee, James helped the family regularly with things like driving Hannah to and from her gymnastics class. However, what seemed like an innocent invitation quickly turned into a horrifying nightmare. It started on August 4 when the children's grandparents called the police and reported the family as missing after not hearing from Christina all day. They also informed the police about the family's plan to visit James. However, when investigators reached James's home, it was already engulfed in flames. Firefighters rushed to the scene and suppressed the fire. Unfortunately, they were too late. Inside the burnt house, they discovered the bodies of Christina Anderson, her son Ethan, and even the family dog. And while this could have been nothing more than
even the dog, bro,
in a tragic accident, the reality was far more cruel. Later autopsy discovered severe injuries on Christina. These included signs of plastic cable ties around her ankle and arms, duct tape marks around her neck and mouth, multiple fractures in her right arm and both legs, a cut on her neck, and signs of at least 12 heavy strikes to the head. Her 8-year-old son Ethan also had multiple fractures throughout his body. However, despite the horrific scene, there were no signs of James or Hannah anywhere near the house. It didn't take long for investigators to connect the dots and realize that James DiMaggio was the mastermind behind this horrific crime. It also became clear that he had orchestrated the murders not just out of violence, but with the intent to kidnap Hannah. His actions were calculated and driven by some twisted obsession as he took her from everything she had in her life.
Jesus
After learning about this, the police quickly issued a statewide Amber Alert in hopes of getting any information regarding James and missing Hannah's whereabouts. In the meantime, investigators also discovered security footage of James passing through the Border Patrol checkpoint in Pine Valley at around 10 p.m. This also prompted them to launch a massive manhunt spanning the entire Pacific coast from British Columbia to Baja California. However, despite the massive effort and the hundreds of man-hours put into the search, the manhunt turned up empty. Every lead seemed to result in a dead end, and the odds of successfully rescuing Hannah started to dwindle with every passing day. Things looked bleak. That is, until 3 days later when 2 horseback riders spotted a man and a girl while trekking through the remote wilderness of Cascade, Idaho.
Man,
they had seen the broadcast of Hannah's disappearance on TV and instantly recognized the young girl and her captor. They reported the sighting to authorities, who instantly began investigating the area, and soon after they found James's car with its plates removed to avoid detection. However, it still took them 3 more days to track down the campsite James was hiding in. The FBI had set up a jet with a sophisticated long-range camera recording from thousands of feet above, which is what you're seeing now. This footage confirmed they had found the missing Hannah. On the 10th of August, the FBI took it upon itself to rescue Hannah and mobilized a tactical team for the mission. They kept eyes on James for some time, looking for the right moment to attack. However, he was sticking close to Hannah, which made it near impossible for the rescue team to make their move. Fortunately, after some time, James moved away to gather some firewood. And while he was completely oblivious, Hannah actually spotted a rescue helicopter and started waving for help. This was the perfect opportunity, and the FBI didn't let it go to waste. They quickly moved in and carried Hannah to safety. After noticing the rescue mission, James took out one of the guns he had with him and fired at an officer. The rescue team then returned fire, resulting in him getting shot 6 times in the head, arms, and upper torso. Hannah was finally safe, and while this was one of the most terrifying experiences a teenage girl can have, Hannah's managed to completely bounce back. She is now 27 years old and is happily living with her husband and 1-year-old son in Vancouver, Canada.
Holy fuck! I mean, good for her. Okay. Holy shit, an actual good ending. She had like her whole family taken away from her, and then she was in the fucking woods for days. What a fucking psychopath. Jesus Christ. That was like extreme awfulness and then extreme happiness, like toward the very end.
On the 27th of May, 2013,
Jesus Christ, man, this is a good video.
73-year-old Robert McDonough disappeared from his home in Portland, Maine. Now, an elderly person going missing is extremely stressful on its own. However, what made Robert's situation even more dire was the fact that he was also suffering from dementia. For those who don't know, dementia is a mental condition which makes it difficult to remember things, think clearly, or even recognize familiar faces. People with dementia can forget everything from their own names to the faces of loved ones, leaving them confused about where they are or how
what is this footage?
Not there. This can also extend to forgetting where they live. For someone with dementia, wandering outside can quickly turn from a harmless mistake to a life-threatening situation. A person with memory loss isn't just lost in terms of direction, they're lost in terms of identity and awareness. They forget how to care for themselves, how to recognize danger, and how to make decisions in an increasingly hostile world. These conditions could prove to be lethal for a healthy young adult, and the danger is increased tenfold for a frail elderly man trying to navigate a world that no longer makes sense to him. He could have easily wandered into traffic or tripped and fallen in a remote area, and no one would have known. Put simply, Robert's life was in extreme danger. This is also why the authorities moved quickly after receiving the missing report and began searching every corner of the city within hours of his disappearance.
Dude, that'd be wild to just like forget who you are, or forget like what a car is or what a house is. Like, holy shit. I can't even imagine. I mean, at that point, another wouldn't matter, right? Yeah, another wouldn't even matter.
Search and rescue teams spent more than 14 hours searching an area of Leamington after 73-year-old Robert McDonough, who has dementia, disappeared Monday afternoon. Around 6 a.m., search teams were briefed and started to intensify their effort.
It was going into the second operational period, which means we're starting to ramp up, using a lot of GPS technology. Well, again, we'd have our pilots, we'd have ATVs, canines.
However, they were having a hard time figuring out where Robert could have gone. When someone with dementia goes missing, searching for them is not like searching for someone who's just wandered off. In most cases, they don't even realize they're lost at all. They might walk aimlessly or even retrace the same steps without ever reaching familiar ground. Their confusion can send them in any direction, far from where they should be. But then, about 14 hours into the search, something happened that no one saw coming. On May 28 at 6:30 a.m., a reporter from Portland's local network was recording a section about the disappearance of Robert on the street, when, out of nowhere, an old man walked into the frame.
That is insanely lucky. What the fuck?
At first, the reporter brushed him off as just another bystander. But after a few moments, he suddenly realized who the elderly man was. This was Robert McDonough,
Holy
or Bob as he
shit.
went by, the man everyone
Dude, what
was
are the
looking
chances?
Anybody give a phone call?
I'm calling the warden service there at the This is Bob. This is you. I can identify him as Bob McDonough.
I think so. It's Bob McDonough. Yeah.
He looks a lot like a guy. Watch yourself.
Yeah. That's Bob McDonough.
Fortunately, he was completely unharmed, despite being out in the cold all night. Upon realizing his identity, the news crew immediately contacted the authorities. And it wasn't long before Robert was reunited with his family. But here's the thing. Robert returning like this was nothing more than a stroke of good luck. While his story had a somewhat happy ending, it could have just as easily turned into an irreparable loss.
Damn. Yo, that video was good. Holy shit. Oh, God.
On May 8th...
Yo, that was good. I love this channel, man. Okay. All right. You guys want to play the game now? Wait. This is how my life feels right now.
I didn't just...
Oh, my God.
I didn't just splatter paint. I was my paint.
What?
I didn't just splatter paint. I was my paint.
I've never seen the full video. All right, let me go grab a drink. Now let me go grab a drink real fast, guys. No, I didn't get a sparkling ice. I got something worse. Chocolate tea. Okay. All right. Are we going to play Stanley Parable now? Lucy Pyrorect, maybe another day. That's kind of long, right? It's like 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. Wait, really? What was the misinformation? What was the misinformation? We playing this, dudes? Oh, yeah. It's like, man, it's like the same logic as like you try to balance things around like a speed run or a super, super highly optimized situation. It's like Top was cleared with no healers. Yes, but that doesn't mean that you don't need healers to clear. Like, dude, it was like one group that did it. And it took them a very long time to do it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of crazy sometimes. Like, don't get me wrong, I like to joke about how healers are useless. But at the end of the day, healers aren't useless. They're very needed for the game. Oh, the game's awesome. Dark Tide? Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's a really good game now. It's like, I mean, like, yes, top was cleared without healers, but that's not indicative of how useful healers are. Like, the amount of people that could do that are like 20 or some shit, like, in the world. You know what I'm saying, man? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, bro. Anyway, okay. All right, we playing this, guys? The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. WoW has had people solo bosses through advanced cheese. Oh, yeah. So, like, in top, they had to cheese. Yeah, they had to cheese in top as well. Yo, Seek, thank you for the resub. 42 months. Thanks a lot, man. No, I want to paint. We could paint tomorrow. Yeah, try painting tomorrow. Just press play. All right, you guys want to play this? All right, hold on. Okay. Well, wait, I said that yesterday. Well, I mean, okay, do you guys want to paint today or do you want to watch the Stanley Parable? Like, it doesn't matter to me. I'm down for either. Okay, Stanley today and then paint tomorrow. You must show the back of your head for inspection. Okay, fine. Jules. Nah, Snoof. We can play tomorrow, or we can paint tomorrow. I kind of want to paint tomorrow, yeah. Nah, but like man, it's like one of those things where you're never gonna see. Like, okay, in every game, right? In every game, you're gonna see some crazy optimized shit that goes against the principles of the game. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, look at all the, like, the Dark Souls speed runs and, like, all the different speed runs where they, like, glitch the game. They cheese stuff. You know, that's not, like, that's going to happen in every single game. When you have people that are bored enough or when they like the game enough, you know, I mean, either or, they're going to find ways to play the game that's not intended. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, yes, they didn't have healers, but they replicated what healers did with like 4 other jobs. So I'm not going to say it's like disingenuous to say that they didn't have healers because they technically didn't have healers. But what I'm saying is like the other jobs are also very strong and the other jobs can substitute what the healers do to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's like, okay, that's a good point. Soulsborne level 1, no hit run. Yeah, that's like saying bonfires are useless and levels are useless. Yeah, it's kind of the same principle. You know what I mean? Like, dude, not everybody can level 1 no hit the fucking game. You know? Like, yes, there's going to be people that could do that, right? But the amount of people that could do that is like, it's so insanely small. You know what I mean? Nah, we're not necessarily talking about the vid. We're just talking about the concept of like, sometimes people will over-exaggerate the importance of a healer. Yeah. I mean, I beat Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. I'm just not a fan of the combat, man. I tried Elden Ring. The eternal search for the person who asked continues, okay? How about you, okay, get the fuck out of here and search for another fucking stream because you're fucking stupid. Get the fuck out of here. Glacy, thank you very much for the resub. 17 months. Thank you very much. Wait, what? Apollo got astray? Oh, maybe it's because he typed too many caps. Maybe. What was I saying? Who cares? You guys don't even care. All right, you guys want to play this? Let's play this today. We'll play this today and then we'll paint tomorrow. Actually, wait a minute. Where are we at in the story? Okay, they just saved,
Clive, what's the situation? You're late. Captain Trouble.
Oh, that's right.
The heroes are on his tail.
Yeah, they just fought the Dragoon.
Understood.
No, I played 16. We're just watching it to watch it because it's good.
Any objections? I'll take it.
Yeah. Wait, when's Wilds? Trash audio. Oh, is it because both the it should be better now. Yeah, it should be better now. Yeah, it's like 20 hours of cutscenes. Man, this game was fun. This wasn't like the greatest game or anything, but it was super fun and the story was really good, man. Unfortunately, there was like kind of no reason for me to replay it. I tried the New Game Plus and it was like easier than the first time. Honestly. I didn't play the DLCs though.
Bloody time waster. Come on.
Yeah, maybe I should. Yo, Necro, thank you for the 30 months. 3 decades, thank you very much. Did Clive live at the end or die? Because in my mind, he lived 100%. He lived 100%. He had to have lived. Yeah. He had to. Iron Man. That's awesome.
Stanley isn't going to play itself. It's not going to play itself. Strummer, Strummer. Hello, Strummer.
You guys are dumb. You know that? All right. You ass got cooked again. Yeah. What? Why do I have to enter the time? Bro. Why are you guys typing that? Can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock at 12 and call it a day. Okay. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if it's the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. All right. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. This is stupid. Should we set the time again? Wait, what? Set it to 44446. Shut the fuck up.
You know what? Even if you were going to be sarcastic and ironic, I think you should still act as though it was personal in order to leave these kind of
emotions. Set it to 611. So stupid. By setting it to 420? Or are we setting it to 611? 611? Six one one. Your favorite time of the day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 6:11 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate? I mean, dude, what is this? We aren't even playing the game. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's, I mean, in like 5 hours, it's going to be 6. Put it like here. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be said. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. No, I'll tell you what, motherfucker. I'll tell you what. Why don't you fucking develop a goddamn ass slider for Final Fantasy fucking 14 and send that shit pronto to Yoshi motherfucking P so he can put it in the game. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Till the... Okay. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Is it Taco Bell? This is so stupid, dude. This is absolutely fucking stupid. Okay, we're gonna go right there. Okay. Which of the 2 made-up words below is most appealing to you? Boinkow or scrum tush? I mean... I don't know which one. Scrum tush. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Is the time that it is right now the correct time? What? I mean, yeah. What is time anyway? What? Yes or no? What the fuck? What is this, a riddle? This reminds me of that riddle. Okay, so I have a riddle for you guys. Okay. There are 32 dogs and 28 cats. How many did not? Like, the first time I heard that riddle, I was like, what the fuck? Are you brain damaged? That's not even a sentence. Like, what the fuck? Okay, what is time anyway? Yes. Yes, the answer is 12. Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? Yes. Help. Will you come back to visit me? Are we exiting again? Dude, you know what that reminded me of, actually? Have you ever have you guys ever seen the movie Spear? It has like Samuel L. Jackson, Sharon Stone. What was the main character's name? He played that like guy with autism that was super smart. He also played. He also was in Outbreak. What is his name? What is his name? Now hold on, that's bothering me. Dustin Hoffman, that's what it is. Yeah. That's Dustin Hoffman. Yeah, it's actually a really good movie, man. It's a really good movie. And anyway, so they encounter this like, well, I don't want to spoil it just in case, but basically they encounter this being, and he talks like that, and his name is Jerry. He like kind of talks like that. He's like, "Can we be friends?" and shit like that. You know, it's a very good movie. You should check it out. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Bro. It's tempting me. Let's do this first. Do it? Yo, Hazer, I got your message, by the way, man. Sorry, I'm gonna respond after stream.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go from here. It's left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Dude, we're going down in the fucking basement. Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh. Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
Fire!
Okay, from the top.
What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, No, I restarted. I swear.
Oh
I
my
definitely
God, it didn't
restarted
actually
the game
restart.
over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh my God, so many doors. What the fuck? Okay, so basically it's just either left, right, or forward. All right, which way are we going? Left, right, or forward? Go up. You picked the one.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
You took too long! You took too long!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, we're playing the game together.
Okay,
Oh
yep,
my
it's worse.
fucking
I
God.
might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Oh, there's a door open over there.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something.
Oh my God.
The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Bro, this narrator's horrible. Oh, shit.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
We did it! Yay!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
We did it! We did it, guys!
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Is this like Splatoon? You know, I did develop Splatoon. I put Splatoon in the game, by the way. That's not the way, though. It's this way. Okay, are we following the line or are we going the actual way? Yo, hey Max, what's up? Follow the line! Are you insane? No, Pavel, thank you for the resub. 42 months.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Is this a fern?
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I took a picture of it.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Bro. Well, it's not that way. It has to be this way.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Dude, he's not
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
Bro.
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Yo, Celtic, thank you for the resub. 35 months,
Oh,
almost 30
no, not
years,
you
man.
again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
What?
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
The narrator is gone after a long time. Stanley dies?
Determined?
What the fuck?
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this.
The game restarts on its own.
I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yo, Lex, thank you for the resub. I'd like for you to narrate a game like this in Uwu.
Stanley went to the meeting room.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know what? Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to take a picture of the screen. Okay, it says, narrator forgets about previous restarts. Stanley attempts the story but is prevented. Unable to go anywhere or do anything. The game restarts on its own. Oh, God. Okay.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
yeah, on YouTube,
just to admire it.
Check YouTube. There's a VOD channel.
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, guys.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask a question, and it's okay if you spoil it. All of what we just did, is that ending over? Okay, so we should not go down there again. Like, basically, I just don't want to replay a part I've already done. Okay, okay. So I go here. Yo, Dre, thank you. 3 years. Holy fuck, man. 3 years. Tier 3. Extra fucking thick. Thank you very much, Dre. Hell yeah, brother.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I like this hum.
Maybe
it reminds
to you
me of the
this
back
is
rooms.
somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with
Broom
your friends,
Closet
you'll say,
Nation.
"Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Broom Closet Nation.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
God
that old
damn!
drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Holy
You
shit.
got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Broom Closet Nation. Broom Closet Nation. Yo, GX, thank you for the resub. Sorry I didn't see that right away, man. Stand strong, brothers. I don't ignore YouTube chat.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to.
God
a fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Is it Jover? It's Jover? We should exit the broom closet?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But not yours, of course. Extreme bathrooms.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Fuck!
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when
Go back
years
up?
It had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Go back down? I can't.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I put boob.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Can I really go back up?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Should we go back up?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Hey, Crazy 8, thank you for the resub.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
Oh!
Oh, good, we're here.
Ooh.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it. The guy who went to Mars. World Peace Baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
World's first sentient machine.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
All right, here we go. Thank you. Glad to be here. Glad to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, I got to pee real fast. I have to pee real fast. Okay. Give me 1 sec. Hold on 1 sec.
Filthy rats!
Shit, sorry. Okay, sorry. I have a doctor appointment next week. What? New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Okay. Ooh.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
Is this
I'm very
actually the
excited to see
DLC?
the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe
Like,
content.
was this not in the original?
Okay, so far it's an...
Oh, that's cool.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if
Mostly tedious.
Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Yo, we can jump now. I can only jump in the fucking circle. New content. Well,
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator.
yo, that
Stanley,
content's
I
like
have
just
to
as good as
say,
like Final Fantasy
initial
14's
impressions
like
of this
off
game
patches.
are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Shit. Okay.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, that's different.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something.
Bruh, this sounds like, dude, this is like It from It. right, we going in the vent or going up there?
Did you see it?
We going in the vent? Coffee nut.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Yo, this is nice. Dude, this game is a lot like the Backrooms, man.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
He ain't wrong, bro. You know, I feel like the longer time goes on, the more this scene is going to be relevant.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of
Persona.
10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of history of all media ever made.
Lest.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being collected.
If you
down
open
here.
this up, it's going to
Surely
be a
these reviews
steaming
were
pile
glowing
of
as well,
shit.
weren't they?
Yo, if you open those Steam reviews, did you guys see the Monster Hunter Wilds Steam reviews? Dude, it got bombed because people couldn't play the game. And yet there was like 1.3 million people playing it or some shit like that.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose
Can you imagine the guy that the fucking actually posted that comment, if that comment's real?
I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Whatever. You guys know I'm funny. You guys know I'm funny.
Funny looking.
No, you guys know I'm funny. I mean, you're funny. Boo! Boo! He's not funny. Get off the stage. Boo! No. Dude, whatever, man. Okay, you guys are funny too. We're both funny. But you guys could say all you want. Okay, you guys can fucking say all you want. But you know I'm a little funny. You know I bring a little smile, just a little smirk to that face of yours. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lopo, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you very much. And Lloyd, thank you for the resub.
Brother, this guy stinks!
45 months. Yosho with the resub. 27 months. Thank you guys very much. Zemo is hilarious. Is that I Love Zemo? It's I Love Zemo. No, you're hilarious. God, this is dark and... Oh, here we go.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse.
Not recommended.
You can't know.
This is really, really fucking awesome that I'm going to assume they actually took the Steam reviews, man. Like, dude, this is fucking amazing. This is really funny that the fact that they did that. That's very funny. Can you imagine being one of the people that fucking made this, dude?
How much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to.
How many people made this game? Did they make any other games after this? Yo, hey, Ark, what's up? Not recommended. You know they got a sense of humor. Like, okay. This type of stuff reminds me of like the Baldur's Gate dev team or whatever. How like they work with the mod community and like they wanted to celebrate the mods, so they fucking they they promoted the Withers Big Naturals, and then they got the guy who voiced Withers to also, dude, I love it when man, it's like they're really in touch. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just really cool to see. You know what I'm saying, man? It's just really cool to see.
These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, it feels bad. Now I feel bad for the narrator.
What's this one got to say? You constantly...
That's just so funny. Every time I read it, I just read it in like the T-Pogo voice. Not recommended.
You have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices.
Dude, my fucking... my, like, cheeks are starting to hurt from smiling.
Or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on...
I have no idea what he's talking about.
For nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is.
Are we skipping?
How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time,
Bjork,
at which time everything all at once,
Thank you very
so,
much for the
now you
gifting.
see, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound...
Does anything happen when you let it keep playing over and over again? Does anything happen? Oh, no, okay.
On such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
Sometimes this narrator says words I didn't know existed.
Oh. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making...
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you...
Did you try using your ears to listen? Yeah, no, I hear him fine, but the problem is my brain can't process it.
Both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go.
FP Pong of a woman's breast.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Man, dude, someone could make a fat beat
manifesto
with this.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Should I skip?
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review.
This guy's
so that
yapping.
The feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just...
Yo, I'll tell you what, man, this fucking narrator needs to put this skip button in Final Fantasy XIV, bro.
Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
Nah, man, I know how you can leave a room, bro. Okay, look.
I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip.
Okay, you see this thing of wood right here? Take the thing of wood, break it in half. What do two halves make? Two halves make a hole. Climb through the hole. You get out.
Button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
All right, I'm sorry, guys. I need a sparkling ice. I need a sparkling ice. Who up in the XenosysVex stream sparkling the ice right now?
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another.
Brother.
I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly
Sparkling
to
ice
remove
is
a door and place
carbonated
it
water.
in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
It's a very mid beverage. The only thing mid is your fucking chat. Get the fuck out of here.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh, my God.
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Oh,
I've been sitting here all that time.
This
just
is
sitting
sad.
Here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing?
This is getting sad, actually.
But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
Holy
Have you ever
shit.
sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire
Jesus
life. All of
Christ.
them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed.
You know who this guy kind of sounds like? He kind of sounds like the big tentacle monster from Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2. You guys know what I'm talking about? He had a really good voice. It's like the voice.
I know you, Raziel. You are worthy.
What madness is this? What pitiful form is this that I have come to inhabit? Death would be a release next to this travesty.
You did not survive the abyss, Raziel.
You remember this guy?
I
Dude, this guy's
only
voice was
spared you
awesome.
from total dissolution.
I will choose
It reminds me of it. Yeah, it does. It reminds.
I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience, and then this moment passed.
Bro, is he dead? Well. Fuck me, dude.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's...
This is great. This is like what you guys do to me. Man, thank God somebody else is being shit on. Holy fuck. This is nice, man.
The inconsistency. It's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world.
Dude, this is exactly... No, I can relate, man. This is exactly when some of you say your little dumbass fucking comments. Your little dumbass comments got to get it in there. You know, when you think you're funny, but you're actually not funny. You're being an idiot, you know?
As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleak...
Should I hit skip?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. The end is never the end, 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 is never.
He went crazy. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. What happened? Holy shit, dude. How many years you think went by? It had to be like decades. I hear it. Whirr. Whirr. Oh God, now it's gone? Ghost, thank you for the resub. Barbecue, cookie for Zeems. Kiss these burgers. Really? For ghost only? No, for chat.
Did you see it?
What the fuck? Bro, this is like stepping out of that time machine in that movie, The Time Machine. Wait, did you guys, this also kind of reminds me, did you guys ever see that movie Jason X? Dude, I fucking love that movie because it's so stupid. And I'm pretty sure...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, Jason in space. Wait, was that the ending?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Oh, yeah, the sign looked like a fucking strippers club.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
A whole new office. The fuck? Bro, that's the fucking sound that comes through your speakers when your phone is too close to it. Wait, the bucket? What do you... What? The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump circle. Infinite hole. Reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Put the bucket on your head so the tit's covered.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
You guys are so stupid, man.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Okay.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Yo, that's kind of like, no, you know what? I can relate to that. Because whenever I ask you guys a question, I'll typically do the opposite. Because you fuckers tell me the wrong thing.
I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Man, that graph is confusing.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Well, I don't want to jump down there. I want to... If I jump down there, is it over? Is it over if I jump down there? I didn't explore the other part. Oh, okay.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay. Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't say
anything. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
By the heavens! What sorcery hath transpired before mine eyes?
Not that noticeable.
Lo, the man, nay, the boob-headed fiend, whose cursed visage didst haunt mine soul, hath vanished into the ether, leaving naught but an ordinary pate in its stead. Mine heart doth falter, for I was prepared to endure the blinding radiance of that unholy orb, yet now I am left... Dude, I really need fucking glasses. Bereft, confused, and strangely disappointed. Fetch me wine still, for the cruel jest of this mundane revelation doth wound me deeper than any celestial curse. Lest. We're going back up.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird soul. Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
You know what's crazy, man, is the fact that, like, we haven't even done the original story. Like, we haven't even followed what the narrator has said yet.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation.
Hello,
it was working just a moment ago.
61
Try it
months,
again.
thank you very much, man.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Yay, the game. Wait, you came in to say yay the game, sludge, and then you birds leave? What the fuck? Get back here. Dude, this sounds like some 80s horror movie music. This sounds like something out of fucking... like Creep Show or something. I don't know what's going on.
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
Oh, that was...
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just
Bro, what
so
is this
darn
game?
fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
The fuck is a toodle pit? Yo, peace out, Lala.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Wait, is that true?
You'll come to
Was
this
there a
lever,
broken
and when you pull it,
achievement in the
the
game?
achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
There's also an achievement for not playing for 5 years. What the fuck?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Ooh, the jump circle. That was fun.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Feels bad. B, this button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Wait, where was merch? Merch is Z. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Okay.
Sleeping and waking as Jim.
Okay.
Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Epilogue? Oh. Where to look at this? We exit?
Oh, goodness. Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the collectibles exhibit. You see, there is a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the collectibles. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the collectibles, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now. Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay. And gotta catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Wait, I skipped the dial? I didn't skip the dialogue. What do you mean? I can't go to the hole. So all of this was not in the original game. New mug.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version
Take a screenshot.
2.
What do you mean? Like print screen?
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. and I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it.
Oh, there was
no
a
matter
sign
how
saying
good
no
these gags
screenshots.
are, they won't
Okay.
stand
I
on
didn't
their
see it.
own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really,
Dude, that
really
ending where you hit
tremendous
the skip
title
button
screen.
was fucking
a
awesome.
title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is...
Did you pee in the bucket?
The Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee
Is that the end of it?
427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
balloons.
happened, this complete isolation.
The balloons.
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Where's the bucket? Oh.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Sorry.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, God. Here we fucking go again. We going left or right? We're going left or right?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Left or straight?
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the...
Now!
Cargo lift.
Dude, that's like you guys, man. You'll fucking do stupid shit.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
VIP the bucket. Can we give the bucket a cute ribbon? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. Okay.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Wait, into the dark room? Where? There's not a dark room. You mean this fucking lit up room? It's a cute bucket.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long...
Now, see, you guys really need to pay attention to this because you guys are really unfunny. Now, you try to be funny, okay? You try to be funny, but now,
this guy stinks.
But you need some tips and some pointers, okay? If you want to be funny like me, all right, bro.
How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety?
Shut up, bitch.
How can it be used to silence your political enemies?
Within 90 seconds. Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to...
Okay, hold on. I'm going to try this. Xeno, Xemo. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Do you know what that sound is? Bathroom break. Blah, 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 blah.
Can you shut the fuck up?
I'm gonna come.
That sound was my alarm notifying me that the Uber for your mom was here. I'm dunny with the funny.
hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time.
Hey, look, they put a bald guy in here. I appreciate that.
Time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. What? All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I really want to go on the right. This is just death.
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
One more time.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale in shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar.
Okay.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days?
Oh, this is new.
Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand...
Do I sound like that? Do I sound like this narrator? I feel like I'm getting a taste of my own medicine.
Over the bucket.
Just less cultured. Just less cultured.
Shut
I know
the
how
fuck
hard it
up.
must
What do you know about culture? You probably don't even drink sparkling ice, idiot. What do you know about culture? You don't know shit about no fucking culture, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object?
The word banal has anal in it.
Which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Oh, shit!
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
Okay.
Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment, and to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies, easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Zetsu, thank you very much for the resub. Even though I troll a lot of chat and stuff, thank you for the 7 months, Emo. Talking in this chat, being around for funny as fuck moments truly do make my days much better. Much love. Your balls. Treeing. No! Thank you for the resub.
Excellent resub, Royal Chef.
Shartix, thank you for the resub. 10 months, the decade.
Give him a bump.
Hell yeah.
Wait, hold on. So, now that okay, As long as I don't begin the game again, can I just play throughout the game but with the bucket? Most endings have a bucket version now.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, we went back up and down.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not
I want to hit
for
the switch with the bucket.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do?
This is
or
so
not
stupid.
Want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
It's a cute bucket. You can tell because of the bow.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Excuse me.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh my god. What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. All right. I got a phone call earlier. Okay. I need to make this phone call real fast. It shouldn't take me very long. Actually, wait a minute. They texted me. Yeah, give me like a couple minutes, guys, okay? Okay, BRB.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Sorry. No, I just had I have a doctor appointment next Monday, and they just give me a call back. Everything's fine. It's just like a checkup kind of thing. Okay. Wait. Okay. Okay, is everybody back? All right, we're not going to pick up the bucket this time. We're going to do the same thing, except for I want to see what happens when I don't have the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
A finger up my butt? No.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase,
2
Stanley
fingers?
walked
No.
upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
This is funny because if I just would have let the narrator talk, it probably would have been faster.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Do the bit. Who up in the XenosysVex stream sparkling the ice right now?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
This game's
Stanley
pretty
thought
fun.
to
This
himself.
game's pretty funny.
Did he have the strength to find out?
Feet Lovers Pizza says, can you look down at your feet?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
What's sparkling
The lives
ice?
of so many individuals reduced
It's
to
like
images
carbonated
on a screen.
flavored
And
water.
Stanley,
It's
one of
really
them,
good. It has
eternally
only 5
monitored
calories.
in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Zero sugar.
This mind control
Black
facility,
raspberry.
it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it.
The coconut
he couldn't
pineapple's
accept
really good.
it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
No
was it
sugar,
even
but
possible?
sweeteners that may or may not
Had he
be
truly spent
carcinogenic.
his
That's not a
entire
word.
life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
I bet you go to
happy
McDonald's and
or
order 50
sad
nuggies
or
with a Diet
content.
Coke. I mean,
walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
we've already seen that ending, Drifter. The activate ending.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Oh, this is completely different.
Was it over?
Oh, wait, maybe not.
Yes. He had won.
Never mind.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
That's gonna stop.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay, all right.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Yo, Raziel, thank you for the resub. I'm sorry I didn't see that right away. And Dungeon Boy, thank you as well. Thank you guys very much for the resubs. Okay, so. All right, so because I did the DLC stuff, basically, the bucket is always going to be here, right? So it's like I unlocked the bucket game. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's the only thing you fucking know how to type. Stupid noob idiot. Why are you even typing? When Stanley... All right, there's a couple more places we need to go.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, I think I know what I want to do.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's off.
Grab the bucket, take the left, go through the room, turn back and go through the vent, then shove it up your ass. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
This was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Whoa, it's a collectible!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Right here?
He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
I feel like this game, like, teeters on the precipice of being a super creepy psychological horror and backrooms game, while also being, like, comedy. Like, I feel like it would be very easy for this game to take a very dark turn.
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
What the fuck?
This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be.
Holy shit.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped all the way to work? Hold on one sec. I want to light one of these candles. Spud's got me these candles. It's a paladin candle. It smells so fucking good. Okay. Smells like salvation. I have a warrior candle too.
How wonderful.
I do.
Stanley was alone. Finally.
All right, we're not going to take the bucket
great,
this time.
He thought to
Dude,
himself.
this is crazy.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Wait, that's different. Fuck, what did he say? Oh, fuck, I was talking.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did you see it?
Trust the completionist instinct. Dude, this is different. Whoa! Dude, this is different. Yeah. Hey, Yasha, thank you for the resub. Thank you very much for the resub. I'm sorry I didn't see that right away. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Oh, places to search. Oh. A large room, lots of boxes. I'm taking a screenshot of this.
No, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So this game is essentially on a continuous loop, but it progresses. Each time you loop, you progress through the overall course of the game. So I go down
Coming
here.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I think one of those things is in the boss's office, but I want to
But
go down
Stanley
here first.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun.
Oh, wow,
and
this is
Stanley
different.
marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real.
This is dark.
I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, God.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
She just doesn't have
But
a
on this
bucket.
particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
And she
I am
backflipped back to
sane.
work.
I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She
Does
had
Kingdom
no time
Come
for
too
this,
funny?
So it was
Is
only
it
a
fun?
moment that she stood there, staring down at the
Should I
body.
play it? Should I try it?
And then she turned and ran.
Should I try it? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We grabbing the bucket?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to the boss's office.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There it is.
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Yay!
This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanley.
Will you pee in the bucket like you do in the sink? Bro, you ain't even subbed. Who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of here. The fuck? What kind of question's that?
Under your belt.
Well, answer the chatter.
No, I'm not gonna pee in the bucket.
Zodiac, thank you for the resub. Lucky number 7, thank you very much.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
One of those things said fireplace. Nearby a fireplace.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk, nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
That's my partner.
I love that fucking cat so much.
All right, hold on. So we found the one. So we need somewhere both red and blue. Oh, and a large room, lots of boxes. So red and blue, that's the part where it's like Stanley went through the red door, I think. And then a large room, lots of boxes. Maybe that's the thing on the lift. Maybe.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Oh my God! It's gonna crush us.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, The bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Attention, attention. It is I, your vampire envoy. I've come with word of your progress. As now, due that you have no kingdom, I am but the envoy of the people. So far, you've united the succubus village, the AI village, however. The vampires of Calvonia demand something more of you than your word. The vampires of Calvonia require you to show your left foot big toe. They refuse to aid you. My left foot big toe? Bro. Anything for my kingdom. I will sacrifice my soul for the kingdom of Baldinia. 15 days.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within. A cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what you may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Yo, this is a nice fucking exhibit. What the fuck?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
That's way more than 25 buckets, bro.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket...
Should I begin the game anew?
Shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new...
Should I?
Vision.
So now we have the succubus, the AI, and now the vampires, right? Because I showed him my toe. I showed him my toe, bro. So now we have 3 of like the 5 villages.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
His toe looks like his head. His toe looks like his head. His toe looks like his head.
Shut the fuck up, man. Your fucking face looks like my butt. Get the fuck out of here. What haven't we done yet? Oh, wait, the red room. We need the...
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
Yeah. We need to go the wrong way.
He'd never be alone again. Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket
I
calling
escaped
to
without
him,
the bucket,
telling
yeah.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
No.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Okay, how do I get to the red and blue halls? Do I have to jump
The
off this
cargo
lift?
lift,
I think
yes.
I do, right?
Go there. Good, said the bucket. Now
look,
ride the
it's
lift
over
all
there,
the way
bro!
to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I knew it was in that room, man.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Attention. These are the remaining two kingdoms. The village known as Retopia, home of the rat people. Rumor has it they require more Vermintide in order to pledge their allegiance. Okay. Vermintide stream. Maybe Saturday. The last village is known as the Inferno Caverns, home of the great demons of Calvonia, ruled over by Lord Baldacante. However, he has disappeared and hasn't been seen in 6 months and 23 days. Rumor has it he hates the people of Calvonia and refuses to aid us. Okay. So, Vermintide stream and a Baldacante appearance. Okay. I understand. I understand what must be done. Thank you, Sunny, for the resub.
Now then,
22 months.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Okay. The first one was no, which would probably piss people off to say that this next one, it definitely has to be a bucket, but maybe that's what they're expecting. So it's probably going to be no. However, reverse psychology says that it is a bucket.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Brother, this guy stinks!
I got it.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
5 months. Thank you very much.
What? Oh, shit. I didn't hear. 50-50.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here.
Okay.
Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened?
Holy
Is everything
shit.
gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now.
I've heard the word bucket so many times that it's like starting to lose its meaning.
It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the...
My breath catches, my pulse quickens. What unholy vision tempts me so? A man. Yet where his head should be, there rises the perfect curve of a woman's breast. Soft. Shit, you guys type too much. Okay. Soft. Gleaming, obscene in its beauty. It is a mockery, verily a violation of nature's laws, and yet mine fingers twitch with the urge to reach, to touch. Revulsion and desire coil together in mine gut, and I stand trembling, utterly undone. Lest.
Buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Where's that cute bear Kumachama at? He's here! He's right here! It's Kumachama! He's here! Yay! Kumachama's here! Yay!
Can you shut the fuck up?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wait, did I just shut it? Oh, I just shut it, dude. Fuck that door.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, I need a key card. Oh. Oh.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then, different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
What?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the... You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I gotta pee. Okay. Dude, it doesn't matter what I do. You guys give me shit
Stanley
about
came
anything,
to a set
man.
of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
Thank you
admire
very
it.
much, man. 19 months.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business.
I'm having fun. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Today has been fun.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Man, fuck.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but
Dude, this
I
is
really
crazy.
do want
No
to help
buckets
you, to show
past
you
this
something
point.
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay. What haven't we done? Red door? I thought we walked through the red door. I know we've done the blue door. We got the bad ending. Oh, we did both. So I could just... Can we just begin the game again? Oh no, the balloons are gone, bro. Oh no. Did I fuck up? I think I fucked up.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most
No, I just said begin the game again. That's it.
intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Hey, Calidor, thank you for the 51 months. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Oh, wait, really? Is that true?
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
I mean, this is a banger.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh God, back here now.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works?
Excellent
all I
video
know
narrator.
Is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Dude, why does that look like a face? Do you guys see the face? It's a happy face. You are in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying...
Bro, that was a reverse load.
These figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Wonder if he'll play that video again. Yeah, game's fun. Game's fun. Yeah, what if I
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh, hell yeah, dude!
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh. We didn't go this way. Because we can't. Okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines.
It's actually kind of creepy.
I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Hey, Fimby, thank you for the resub. 22 months. Thank you very much. Almost 2 years.
Hey, is this the jump?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I really shouldn't have used up all my jumps.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with.
Dude, that's like me looking at the keyboard when I type.
How about
Am
one
I
more
Stanley?
good memory? Let's go back
Nah,
just
he's got
once
hair.
and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yeah, now it reset. The balloons are back now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Wait, really? Oh, fuck, I can't go back in my office. There's a window?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What is it? Wait, what is this? Oh, nice. We'll check this out. Yeah, we'll check this out. Climb on the desk and jump out. Wait, what? How do I climb on the desk? What do you mean? Oh.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley.
Oh, yeah.
Who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Does it have to be bright white? That's how we feel watching your stream with your blinding bald head. You know what? You don't have to watch anymore. Okay, look here. Let me help you. You don't have to watch anymore. Okay, get the fuck out of here. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein.
What?
Of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You away, bucket! This is
Gollum?
so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley.
Oh
you did it.
God.
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Holy shit.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Okay. Okay. I want to do one more ending. Somebody said that you could jump off of the railing or something in the mind control. That's what the bucket. I've done the actual mind control section, yeah. Oh, wait. Answer the phone in the phone room. I don't... Okay.
Someone earlier said your head looks like a 10. They said your head looks like a 10.
Yo, Church, thanks a lot for the resub, brother. Thanks a lot, man. 29 months. How do I get to the phone again? And do I need the bucket? Oh, yeah. I haven't done that either.
Where are
Let's
we
do
going
that first,
today,
actually.
The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Let's do that,
Anywhere
actually.
they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find
thank you for the
answers.
resub. 3
Coming
months,
to a
thank you very
staircase,
much.
Stanley and the bucket
New
walked
sub badge.
upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Will you buy a bucket and wear it on your head next drum? No.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
My favorite part of this game was the skip part, where you skip the narrator because it's
The monitors jumped to life.
seeing the room change and hearing the narrator
And Stanley
go
nearly
mad
dropped the bucket in
crazy.
shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped,
It was a really good part.
monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen
Wait,
anything
really? The
like
devs
this,
launched a new
and it
game?
very nearly burst into
Wait,
tears
I missed the chair. I
as
can't go
Stanley
back.
cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Go back and go on the chair. Wait, there was a chair back there?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
I can't get over the
Had
side
the bucket been
now?
told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Oh, that's
what
okay.
kinds of things does a bucket want
No,
to
it's
do?
okay. I want
or
to keep
not
the
want
mind
to do
control
in
on with the
first
bucket.
place?
I want to see what happens, yeah.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't
Oh, you can fall off the side like down there?
accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
No, I wanted to do this part with the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
Just like think about the situation for a second. You have a man who's holding a bucket and he's walking into a place, a mind control facility, and he's going to hit mind control on. That is just a ridiculous
that
situation.
this machinery would never again exist. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped
The bucket
in
did it?
horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
It's the Bird Council. Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't
Ooh,
a
it's an
mind
owl.
control
I love
facility at
owls.
all.
They're my
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise
Bro,
its
this
true
ending is so much
intentions.
better than without the bucket.
Had the
Holy
bucket
shit.
planned this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never
look at
found
that.
freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley was happy. This is the Burge ending, bro. We got the Burge ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. A good bucket.
All right, now we're
a
jumping off
strong
the
bucket,
edge.
A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction.
That ending was good. That was a really good ending.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Where he jumped out the window.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
so
the bucket
stupid,
guiding
man.
him?
All
Yes,
because I picked
is
up this
certainly
bucket
most
from the
logical
DLC.
Explanation.
Yo, Layla, peace out. Good night. Yeah, I already did the bucket in the broom closet.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
I didn't go through the escape without the bucket.
Mind Control Facility. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him.
Birds here.
Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Oh no.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Okay, that ending was kind of sad.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
I like how the bucket's on this, like, pedestal and shit with a fucking, like, a little pillow. Yeah, I'm gonna do it without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Okay. Wait, go through the escape without the bucket. What escape? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development.
Wait, really?
And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job. You did it.
You did it.
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
I can't look up.
Good job,
I can't.
You did it. Good job, you did it.
I tried.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I wonder why they closed off the broom closet. Maybe because I already did it all?
Here's the door, just go.
Okay, alright, alright.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Oh, this is the same, but without the bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
oh wow, this is
death
the
becomes
non-bucket
meaningless,
version.
making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh, wow, yeah. Is it? The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors. Is it? Oh. Oh, shit! Well, fuck me! I didn't... Oops, well, I probably did something wrong. A selection of sounds used throughout the game. Wow, this is like really the dev room or whatever? Or... Huh. We designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. I mean, that ending sounds awesome. Fun! Dear narrator, will the Stanley Parable have infinite quests? How many endings? If the Stanley Parable is... After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are the selection of those emails. Are you a rock? What is the strange number? Well? No, I'm not a rock. Bro, what the... That's like giving me the creeps, bro. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. I thought that was like something scampering on the ground. Yeah, I didn't even get the ending yet. early version Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one. Released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Escape menu. We had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Wait, what? We had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Oh. Freedom ending. I'm lost as shit, by the way. Oh god, okay, I'm back here. Oh, the evolution of Stanley's office. Oh.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it.
Should I do it?
Don't let time choose for you.
Oh my god, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, wait, there was one more. Oh, you know what? Actually, wait. No. There's one place I haven't been yet at all. There's one place
when
I haven't been
Stanley
at
came
all.
to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, we need
And
the
here it
phone.
was,
We need the phone. Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
lounge.
Okay,
What a room,
so 2
Stanley
places.
thought to himself.
2 places.
What a room, what a room, what a room.
Picking up the phone.
This is what Stanley
and
thought.
the cargo
What
elevator.
a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room.
Stay here.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Should I stay here or go?
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Is there a way to get down here?
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone
I
you've
tried to
forgotten
jump.
about.
I died.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who the fuck is he talking about?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
And that's pretty
They'd
fucked
want to
up.
commit their life to you.
God
I'm
damn.
trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Holy fuck, that wall like startled me, man. I'm not gonna lie.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Dude, this ending is sad.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
4 tits on screen.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to
4? Yeah, my bald head, her bald head, and her both tits.
Work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Five tits on screen.
and so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press J to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again.
Press J to grow some air. Press J to grow some air.
And again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that
You know what? Why don't you press J to shut the fuck up? Get the fuck out of here. Got a fucking comedian in here. Holy fuck. 115 metal as fuck months nil with the resub. Hell yeah, brother. Massive OG day one. Thank you very much, man.
Never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press Y to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Do not do it. Am I supposed to do it?
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to.
Oh, God.
I must. Perhaps
it's just going to reset
maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Please die!
I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Holy shit. Wait a minute.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I think we have to answer the phone with the bucket, right?
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was there no... Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket.
No.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley didn't,
but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Jesus. Okay.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket.
No.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
That's the way
Stanley
to the phone,
chose
right?
not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had
I have to
spoken
answer the
him,
phone with the
and
bucket.
he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press C for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Press K to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine.
Oh, God, I already know where this is going. The narrator is going to be obsessed with the bucket.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Why is there a hole at the
like
bottom
it would
of the
be
bucket?
better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press G to relive this same day with me over and... Oh, what is it? Groundhog's Day?
Oh my God, will am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press J to go home to work to home to work to home to work.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Oh!
Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Are we gonna fuck the bucket?
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll... All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, what haven't we done? I've already unplugged the phone. Bucket down maintenance hallway. Wait, confusion ending with the bucket. I need the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
4:30?
Very lucky indeed. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up.
Fuck
Merely
off.
clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
Of course, there is no door 17. Unless it's right here. Wait, was it? Oh. It was... Oh, shut the fuck up. I thought it was a trick.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
Wait, where the fuck is...
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love. Now back to door number 437.
Makes it so funny. Go to bucket 437.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit?
Where the fuck is the copy machine?
Literally blind.
How about instead of typing literally blind, you type where the fucking copy machine is, you idiot? Where?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
What? I'm pressing it. Oh.
Yes, this is great. Okay. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416. We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Oh my fucking God.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Where do we go? Wait, what are we doing again? Red door. This way?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
I have to get on that
Stanley did not question
right?
why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Wait, we've already done this. No, we already did this, right? Yeah.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see? There's a sign right there. It says no.
Do we have to reset? We can do the confusion.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility.
Is the confusion ending where I unplug the phone? Was that the confusion ending?
To carry a bucket so magnificent, Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded.
Or was it?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Yeah,
this was not
no, it was like I
way
go
to the
left,
meeting room.
right?
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. the bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I go down here, right? I think. Okay, yeah.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
We care about you, Stanley.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
What the fuck?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
All right, I think that's it. I think that's it. I'm hungry. I'm starting to get hungry. No. Stream got too fun for this guy, eh? No, it didn't get too fun. I'm hungry. I'm gonna be on tomorrow. You just hate us, admit it. No, that's not it. Eat my goose. Goose. Guys, don't talk. Don't say that. We might be dead tomorrow. Don't shut up. Don't say that. Yeah, tomorrow, are we doing a painting stream? Are we doing a painting stream tomorrow? Is that cool? Yeah. Do a paint stream? We can watch Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, I kind of want to watch that, man. Yeah, is that cool? Yes, now, okay. Jesus Christ. Whoa. Yes. This Zame's here. But who is this? No, that's immature. But before
Can you shut the fuck up?
Before you go, take these kisses. And that's it. All right, guys. This game's fun. This game's fun. I had fun. Oh my God. Let me see. All right. All right, guys. He's done. Done for the day. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna do a painting stream. No, we didn't finish. We didn't finish watching 16. So I think we're gonna do a painting stream tomorrow. I kind of want to paint, if that's cool. And then maybe Saturday we'll do a little bit of Vermintide. Maybe we'll see. We will do a Vermintide stream somewhat soon though, because I need to reunite. What was that place called? Ratopia or something? Anyway, yeah. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably around normal time, and maybe a little bit earlier. I've been waking up like really early recently. So we'll plan for a painting stream tomorrow. We'll probably do a little bit of Racked. So we'll do a little bit of Racked and then we'll paint. Okay? All right. Oh yeah, there's a new Darktide patch out too, which I'm going to play that. I'm very excited about that Darktide patch. Anyway. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the subs and the resubs. A lot of subs today. Thank you guys very much for that. I will see you guys tomorrow for a painting stream. We're going to Racked, and then we're going to paint while we watch Final Fantasy 16. So wherever you are in the world, have a good day. Have a great night. I had a ton of fun today. Thank you guys for hanging out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Is he insane? Kissing the critical. FB Bong Sit. A jet time. I love you guys. See you later, alligator. All right, guys. I love you. I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. He copied. Let's observe. I'm going to observe. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. I can't wait to paint. I will see you then. Peace. Oh my God, Dark